It's through the institutions with the legal that are legally mandated to ensure the control, regulation, and listen well. This is this for the state. The importation of seeds, the exportation, the plantation, the cultivation, and the harvest and production and acquisition at any title, storage, trading, and distribution of cannabis and its derivatives. So basically, this is this is the core of this law on cannabis. Now, it's easier said than done. Let me tell you how we have done it. In another article, we have created a regulator uh, body, which is an Institute for the Regulation of Cannabis, IRCA. It is under the National Board for Drugs, which reports to the president directly, but involves also the Ministry of Cattle Farming and Ministry of Farming, so or Agriculture. So, what does this institute do? Which is the cornerstone of this policy. Institutional governance. They provide access aid to the executive, and it grants licenses for the production and consumption. It controls and applies sanctions that are quite high, 10,000 from 10,000 uh, to, to 6,000 euros. It regulates the market for the leisure use that I will speak about later. It generates good income and labor, and this is an open market, not a clandestine market. But now, I said this was passed in 2013. Do you know when did consumers were consumers able to go to the pharmacies to buy drugs? 2017. It took 3 years, 3 years for this for the regulation of law that had to be approved by consensus, and social organizations were very important here. And in 2017, that's when I said we started selling drugs in pharmacies. Now, who can consume cannabis? Who can buy it? Yeah, or can buy cannabis? All those individuals over 18 years old that are residents, legal residents in Uruguay, because we don't sell to foreigners. Where can they acquire it? Just in pharmacies. And how can they? Just well, they have to register through the National Post Office. It's a confidential process. They say it's almost like the Central Bank of Uruguay, where the citizens, so they are registered, and through this digital prescription, they can get drugs. How much? How many? What's the quantity that they can buy? Up to 40 grams of cannabis per month. 40 grams per month. They cannot buy more than 10 grams as each time. So all this uh, has been approved, so no one can buy in the pharmacy more than 480 grams of cannabis. Cannabis comes packaged in only one way. There is no advertising that is forbidden, and it is sold in two varieties: 100% of THC and 10%. And as of next Monday, there will be a third variety to those consumers that want to have a higher percentage of THC. There will be 15% of THC. Now, another way of consuming is if you cultivate it yourself. All cultivators must be registered again in the institute, and the plantation of 6 plants, maximum 6 plants. they are inspected by the authorities to make sure that there are no more than that. So again, these six plants cannot produce more than 480 grams per year. And this is a problem today. So that if you think that we have to extend these figures, for instance, there is an inspector goes to a registered home and finds 700 grams because it was a good harvest. And then is considered as a drug trafficker. He will be arrested. And so we are trying to revise the law. We have a decree, a bill, so to increase the quantity because depending on the harvest, you can have a more higher harvest, and therefore this would be problematic. Now, if you ask me, given my medical training, I would have put the law into force. It is very comprehensive for medicinal use, commercial use, leisure use, or export. I would have started first with the medicinal use, but in Uruguay we started with the leisure use. So we took some time granting licenses to those that want to produce medicines that use cannabis. And this is no minor detail. In 2019, the other speaker said in 2019, the cannabis oil produced or tried in Uruguay. So we have a deficit. And from this deficit, or from this lack, we have created a new law for the specific medicinal use of cannabis with very strict rules for its training and for the preparation of medicines. One of the major consumers are kids that suffer from refractory epilepsy, for which there are no existing medicines, but there is a certain dose of cannabis that produces a very significant improvement in their condition. So if I buy this may cost like $240 in a pharmacy, and many families cannot have access to this. So where do they look for it? In the fair, in street markets, those people that produce cannabis oil but some of them are harnessed, others are not so harnessed. They say they sell olive oil instead of cannabis oil, and this can cause serious injuries. So we don't want the perfection of the medicine, but we try to find a balance that is safe to the patient. And now to close, all this is monitored, and we have to end some myth legalizing cannabis. Well, if it becomes illegal, then the consumption will shoot up. But if we monitor continuously every year and systematically, an slight increase when it was decriminalized, but now it has stable down. So it is false to say that if it becomes legal, the consumption increases. That's false. Important is to take this from the drug trafficking. We were able to get $50 million away from drug trafficking. That's nothing to them, but it's 50 million that are in our legal market provided jobs, and so it's positive. And now, yes, I'm closing. What else do we have to deal with? There are these new varieties. I mentioned the one, the 50% THC. to that threshold, that cap of 10 grams limit is now, we can now go up to 40 grams, increase the production quotas, so that if you have 700 grams at home just because it was harvested, it shouldn't be a crime. And one thing that it's important is to allow for the sale to foreigners that, for instance, tourists, they can also buy cannabis. And that's it. Otherwise, you'll kill me. Thank you.
that retain death penalty for drug offenses, including Malaysia, Indonesia, many countries in Southeast Asia. We saw some exciting development in 2018 in Malaysia, some efforts around drug policy reform to abolish the mandatory death penalty for drugs, including initiatives around medical cannabis. So could you please speak more about that? Where does it stand? And perhaps also a little bit about like negative public perceptions on drugs and the relationship between those initiatives. Thank you. Sure. Yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, allow me to use the rostrum. I need to stand so I don't fall asleep. Thank you so much, Ricky, and thank you so much for the distinguished panelists, and thank you so much, my colleague from Uruguay. Makes me want to visit Uruguay tomorrow. so, so my name is Kelvin. I'm from Malaysia, and just to give you a context as well as the upbringing and culture of countries in Asia when it comes to drugs and even punitive actions, I think Ricky will identify with me. We grew up in a culture where the more punitive it is, the conception is that it will be more a deterrent. So that is why laws are being drafted. And in Malaysia itself, we have one of the world's harshest penalties for drug possession. Um, Basically, it's historically grounded on harsh punitive measures, including arresting, incarcerating users, and also using the death penalty for trafficking offenses. Let me give you a context of the law itself. If you are found with 200 grams of our American buddy 7 ounces of cannabis, or 1 kilo of opium, 40 grams of cocaine, 15 grams of heroin or morphine, and you're faced with a charge of trafficking, your head's coming off. And it's a mandatory death penalty. So you go to the courts and the judge hands are tied, your head's coming off. And this has resulted in currently more than 1,200 prisoners that are on death row. Most of them are convicted due to drug crimes. About 2/3 of 70,000 inmates in Malaysian prisons are there for conviction of drug possession. So this is of course a time bomb, because we know due to the overcrowding in prisons, this is a bed and reservoir for infectious disease. Fact of the matter, one of the deadliest wave of COVID-19 originated from a prison in Malaysia. So on top of that, we have a study from Professor Dr. Frederick Altis, the founder of Yale School of Medicine HIV in Prison Program, who also did extensive studies on substance abuse and infectious disease in Malaysia, including prisoners and sex workers. He has shown that drug abuse prisoners are 8 times more likely to die a year after release. So with all this data, evidence, science, we realize that this is not working. And criminalization is basically exacerbating the problem. So there is a huge need to rethink our drug policies. And that is where many parliamentarians in Malaysia, including myself, are pushing very hard for this. I was trained as a medical doctor, and I said this many times, the first tenet of medicine is create no harm. And if there are policies that create harm, we need to reform it. So that is why the principle of decriminalization of drug addiction is a significant game changer in our country. Efforts to decriminalize drugs means separating criminalization from things that we can treat. An addict should be treated as a patient, not a criminal, whose addiction is a disease that we can cure. So, drug decriminalization will indeed be a critical next step towards achieving a rational drug policy that puts science and public health before punishment and incarcerations. So we have seen, as I said, all policies has to be evidence-based, data-driven. And as mentioned by Ricky just now, there are 30 countries that have adopted drug decriminalization, and he has showed that it did not increase drug use or drug-related crimes, but help cut legal costs and, of course, improve social outcomes. So that is why we have been constantly pushing this for years. And actually in 2019, the government of the day at that time, which I was part of, actually pledged to carry out reforms. But our government collapsed in 2020. But again, we do not give up and we keep pushing. That's why 3 weeks ago in the election, our government won again. So hopefully we can push these reforms once more. And allow me to share a passion project of mine and something that I've been personally involved in. Some of you know I'm the chairman of the Select Committee for Health, and I'm also one of the co-founders for the Medical Marijuana Caucus in Malaysia. And as Ricky mentioned just now, just talking about marijuana, it's controversial. We are a very religious, conservative country, and talking about owning 200 grams of marijuana, your head's coming off. So we wanted to take the advantage of the growing interest, of the growing conversations, as well as our neighboring countries like Thailand, which actually they liberalize the usage of marijuana. And we started talking about it, we started pushing policies about it. We even met the Prime Minister at that time to talk about it. But of course, when we talk about legalizing, Uruguay went one direction. But the approach from Malaysia, we strategize, is not so that it is widely circulated on the open market, but actually to talk about proper regulations so that it's specifically used for medicinal and of course economic properties only. So that means there is an element of control to the product. We can monitor its implementation, tax it, control its production and sale, and of course evaluate the impact to the society. So this also allows patients to get legal, safe, reliable access to medical cannabis and not resort to black market access, which we know have questionable and harmful compounds, including pesticide, molds, and other impurities. So this caucus is a bipartisan caucus, including a religious-centric conservative party that bought into the idea. We kind of induced them by saying that join the caucus, you have samples later. But basically the principles that we push in our Malaysian parliament when it comes to this conversation, and I know I've been sharing over the past 2 days, and I always have these 5 points. So these 5 points. So next time you remember Kelvin in Malaysia, he's this 5 guy. So the first way that we talk about when we talk about this policy is, number one, it has to be progressive. I think, as I said, when we want to start something new, we cannot just bang the wall and expect something to run really quick. It has to be progressive. We have to emphasize this on science, on policy. There has to be science in policies, even in a discussion. And thus, legalization only happens when there is clear, strong evidence on drug safety and effectiveness. That's number one. And number two, how are we going to do that? The initial step that we propose is actually to review our Malaysian Dangerous Drug Act 1952 regulations. Not so that we can use it, but so that research universities, academia in our country could actually obtain it, to do local research, to have knowledge exchange, so that there is better data to make informed choice, as well as to get buy-in from the stakeholders. I think this is the first step that we are pushing, and is something palatable to a majority of Malaysians. And of course, number three is to define regulations for planting, production of cannabis, control of seeds, limiting of acres, production volume, and of course, formation of an independent regulatory board. Number four is empowering medical practitioners in proper usage, educating them based on recent science and data, educating them on prescription, continuous training, continuous licensing for the issuance of this medical marijuana. And of course, number five, for the amendment of the Act itself, we propose a clause to be inserted so there is constant evaluation, a mandatory evaluation within the Act itself, so that to force the government to evaluate to reform, to amend, to change, or even if needed to scrape the whole act itself if it does not achieve its unintended target, or worse, have unintended consequences. I don't know about your countries, but in Malaysia, sometimes we parliamentarians pass laws, but we never review it. Or there is an internal review which is never being published to the public, and it's not working, but yet it's still there. So by having such a controversial law, we push for a clause within the act itself so that it has to go through a mandatory evaluation. And if really it causes those unintended harms, it can be scrapped off. So this is all about timing, it's all about appetite, and of course readiness for the people to have these conversations and approach we took. I can tell you, if I started this conversation 10 years ago, my head's coming off. But now the people are actually more ready. I think people start to see the science and the data, and it actually yielded positive results. Last year, the health minister, beginning of this year, the health minister itself is announcing a review of the Dangerous Drug Act and the Poisons Act, which regulate medical use of marijuana in Malaysia. And also the Ministry of Health committed to introduce a framework in the near future to register prescription drugs containing CBDs. So we are taking baby steps. But allow me to share some of the experience and some of the obstacles that we face. Fact of the matter is the resistance wasn't so much from the religious conservatives, but actually the Home Ministry or Internal Affairs, which I interpret or observe is issue of power, control, and possible benefits that come from that. I'll just leave it at there. You guys know what I mean. So we are not there yet. And the journey of 1,000 miles start with the first step, and we as parliamentarians play an important role to set those first steps. So in summary, we have taken some progressive steps. The government has mentioned about removing mandatory death penalty, talk about reviewing the Dangerous Drug Act, talk about discriminalization, certain usage of drugs. But I think as parliamentarians, the driving principle, even as in our health response, must be guided by science, must be guided by evidence, and if I may add, compassion, social justice, and of course, human rights. Thank you.
Thank you. We will definitely follow your work and progress in Malaysia. We will now go to Zimbabwe, which has some of the highest HIV prevalence rates among people who inject drugs and a severely overcrowded prison systems, which is exacerbated by the incarcerations and pretrial detentions of low-level drug offenders. Honorable Daniel Molokele, could you tell us about your work to champion decriminalizations of drug use and the health of people who use drugs in Zimbabwe? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be part of the panel discussion. I'm just excited because I've been part of the network of parliamentarians in Zimbabwe who are advocating for decriminalization in terms of the national response to drug usage. Just to give a bit of a contextual background, that most of our laws in Zimbabwe, they have a very moralistic Christian foundation, very colonial. So there is a process of decolonization and demoralization. In the process of doing so, the foundation of the legal system is under the Bill of Rights of our Constitution. So there is what we call a rights-based approach towards the new legislation. And it is in that context that there is need in terms of responding to the ever-worsening abuse of drugs in Zimbabwe to move towards the rights-based approach. What we have at the moment are policies are laws that criminalize use of drugs. And there is, in general, societal stigma against those who are seen to be abusing drugs or who have an addiction. And there is no attempt whatsoever to consider an alternative approach, which is why, as a member of the Portfolio Committee for Health, I'm one of the parliamentarians who've been pushing in Zimbabwe to look for an alternative approach. We've been working with Unite, we've been working with civil society that works with Unite to start to advocate for a new approach that is not only human rights-based approach, but also it follows more on the side of psychosocial support, on the side of harm reduction, on the side of clinical, on the side of medical, to make sure that the current strategy that is being used stops. Bearing in mind that Zimbabwe has been going through a very serious social economic crisis that has been caused by political instability. So most of the people of Zimbabwe, especially the young people of Zimbabwe, have lost a lot of hope about the future. And as a result, there is that danger, especially for the younger generation, to turn towards the use of drugs or abuse of drugs. Initially, maybe as a leisure or recreational approach, but eventually it becomes an addiction that is unfortunately criminalized in my country. So there is a risk also that because of the social economic crisis, we have a high rise in terms of all sorts of different crimes, especially sexually related crimes. So our prison system is also very colonial. It was never designed to capacitate the amount of prisoners that we have today. During colonial times, the jail system or the prison system was adequate, but since independence in 1980, we have not really built capacity for our prison system. So you'll see that there is already a challenge of crowding in Zimbabwean prison system. And there is always a situation where the president has to do regular amnesty to reduce the pressure on the prison system. And also with the worsening economic crisis, there's been serious funding cuts in terms of national budget towards the prison services. So if you go to the kind of situation in terms of hygiene, in terms of food, in terms of everything that relates to being comfortable in prison, it's getting worse every year in terms of the prison system. So as a parliamentarian, I'm one of those who are saying, let's move away from the criminalization. Let's move away from the situation. I forgot to mention that our criminal court system is also overwhelmed, and the justice is very slow in Zimbabwe. So when you bring cases for drug abuse, we're actually worsening an already congested system. And it takes long for the court system to really come through the process and do a ruling or a judgment on a particular case. So that also leads to a high rise of number of sort of where you have a pre-trial detention situation where there are a lot of people who are on remand and they take very long to actually go through. And we know that the dictum says justice delayed is justice denied. So we are saying, let's stop congesting our criminal justice system. Let's stop congesting our prison system. Let's try to move away from this approach. And at this moment in time, there are parliamentarians who are working with Unite, who are working with the local civil society partners, and we've been building capacity on the parliamentarians so that they can push for policy change, to push for legislative change, and to ensure that Zimbabwe starts to say, no, let's look for psychosocial support strategies, let's look for clinical or medical strategies, let's promote harm reduction as a strategy. And this is where we are as a country, and we are also highlighting the benefits of moving away from the current system. Also securing the future of our young people. We are running the risk that a lot of our young people in Zimbabwe will be in prison before we know it. And that is a mass loss of a generation. And we need to move away from a situation where everyone who abuses drugs or who is seen to be abusing drugs should be automatically be declared a criminal. Why doesn't the country do more, especially for our young people, and support them? And it's also worsened by the fact that it's related to the rising number of HIV cases. We have done well as a country. We're in Southern Africa, where the epicenter of the global epidemic is, neighboring countries such as South Africa, which have the highest statistics on HIV and AIDS. But Zimbabwe has done well, especially around prevention strategies, especially around treatment or access to treatment, with active support from international partners such as Global Fund. So what we're having now is a pushback. It's a reversal of the gains in our fight against HIV and AIDS. And when we look at the recent infection rates, we see that a lot of adolescents, a lot of young people are at risk, especially the girl child, especially the female adolescents. They are the ones that are the highest. And if we take a second look, we also realize that some of them have addictions. They have a history of drug addiction. So there is a direct link and a correlationship between the rise of HIV, the fight back of HIV in terms of infection, against the background where we're saying let's end HIV by 2030. So as parliamentarians, we will be working hard, we are pushing and we need support. We'll be learning also from other countries to make sure that there is less and less pressure with regard to this criminalized response. And another benefit that we see is that instead of allocating more resources in the national budget to the criminal court system, to the prison system, those resources should be allocated to social support, to psychosocial support, to health, to education, to giving young people a chance for the future. System can then shift because the burden to the prison system and the criminal court system is increasing every year, and there is no need for us to invest a lot of our resources on that. And also, when we talk about the police, law enforcement agents focusing on responding to drug abuse, which can be resolved in a different way. So this is where we are in Zimbabwe, and we look forward to working with Unite. We look forward to working with local civil society partners. We also look forward to working with other countries to learn from them. We've also been having capacity building workshops for parliamentarians that have been well received. Last but not least, my only major concern is that Zimbabwe is having its parliamentary elections in a few months' time. So we also run the risk of losing some of the people that we've spent the last 2-3 years building capacity on. And I think it's a problem that is not unique to Zimbabwe. After every election, you have to start again, recruit. That's why I value some of us here who are former parliamentarians, because it also gives us advantage in terms of institutional memory, in terms of experience and strategy. So, but at the end of the day, we don't know. In the last parliament, there was a 60% turnover. So we don't know in the new parliament how many MPs will be lost. I'm also one of them who was campaigning for the first term. Now I'm campaigning for the second term. Hopefully I will not be lost after the elections. Yeah. Hopefully I will come back for the second term.
If I can vote, I'll vote you.
Yeah, but what I need to emphasize is that there is that obvious danger that next year we'll have to start again in terms of regrouping the parliamentarians in Zimbabwe. There is not enough time for us to make a real impact in terms of legislative change with the period that is left before elections, because after Christmas, after the start of January, the mood will shift away from the House to the campaigns, and there won't be enough pressure to really do much impact. So hopefully next year we'll have a renewed effort towards that direction. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll
Thank
vote
you,
for you.
Honorable Molokele. So our final stop in our world tour of drug policy is Georgia. Over the past 2 days, we've had conversations around decreasing harm reduction funding. So my question to you, Honorable Mariam Jassi, could you please say more about reform initiative efforts in Georgia in light of the international funding situation, and not to mention there's an ongoing war in the neighboring country in Ukraine? Sure. Thank you.
Limitations. Ricky, I will try to speak on all the key points
Sure.
so we can save the
Yes.
follow-up questions.
Yeah.
So, greetings to all. It's a pleasure and honor to have the opportunity of sharing the experience not only from Georgia, but the other 17 countries of Eastern Europe and Central Asia. And to understand the regional context, you have to picture the Iron Curtain that was known for the Soviet Union. So whatever was happening beyond that curtain was completely ignoring the freedom rights of people. Yes, we had a lot of positivity in terms of social safety, education, free healthcare, but the expression and the freedom of speech, freedom of association, and of course, the rights of the vulnerable population and high-risk populations were completely ignored. Until today, each of the 18 countries in the Eastern Europe and Central Asian region retain the legacy of extremely punitive drug policies. Yes, over the 25 years, we observed some positive elements of drug policies, but mainly related to the success of HIV/AIDS, partly TB, and most recently, hepatitis C programs. But if we do not move fast enough, and if we do not consolidate our advocacy for evidence-based, human rights-focused, and balanced drug policies, all the gains that was made in the HIV or hepatitis C programs are at the risk of being lost. Also, even though we don't have the extreme sentencing measures or the death penalties, as some of our colleagues have shared, till today, we see massive manipulation of the justice system and excessive use of power in relation to the drug use. And unfortunately, despite the efforts of decriminalizing cannabis use in Georgia, none of the 18 countries succeeded to make a real breakthrough in their national legislations for the drug policies. In addition, the medical aspect, the harm reduction and substitution therapies in all those countries have been initiated thanks to the Global Fund, Open Society Support, MSF, and other programs. But coverage, scope, quality, and sustainability of those programs are really a challenge, especially after withdrawal of the Global Fund and after the non-eligibility of many of the middle-income countries in the region to the Global Fund applications, and the integration of the harm reduction and prevention components, mostly in the work with high-risk populations, have not happened in the mainstream of the national health regulations. So that is definitely a concern. So what can be done? As Lynn said, we have to change our language first. It's not about the legislators or the stakeholders. We have to start speaking with the public with a different language, because we have to break the taboo that whoever speaks about decriminalization or drug policies is not a criminal. So that is still, the social norms and social perceptions still prevail that if you are interested in drug policy, you are either abusing the drug or you have the high-risk behavior. So social taboos still prevail. That is why we need to consolidate our advocacy efforts with the civil society, who know exactly and can speak out on behalf of the civil society as part of our constituencies, but also to strengthen cooperation with academia. And that was also reflected by our friends from Uruguay, Malaysia, and other countries. Second, we need to think of more financial sustainability. Of course, funding is always an issue. There are competing priorities, but if we could link the World Bank, IMF, and other international financial institutions' support to building social pension funds or hospitals or bridges, why cannot we link conditionalities of international funding to some meaningful changes in legislation for drug policies or other elements of the global health, pandemic preparedness or others? So those would be some of the elements that I would like to highlight. And I'm also using the opportunity to wish all the best to our colleagues in Zimbabwe and any other countries who are facing the next rounds of elections. We hope everything will be great. If not, Unite is the place where we can keep the institutional memory, again, for the better use for your country. So, of course, we wait for you under Ricardo's leadership, and I'm sure, but of course, we would be cheering for you for the victory. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we don't have the time for Q&A, but I hope you find the presentations rich and interesting, and please approach our honorable MPs and presenters during the coffee break. To help us close our sessions, I'd like to invite our friend, Honorable Ricardo Baptista Leite, to offer his concluding remarks.
Well, thank you, Ricky, and thank you all the speakers for what I think was a very important session this afternoon. We heard the amazing work that our MPs are doing, some in very pro-progressive policy environments, others not so much. I'm fearing that Calvin will lose his head somewhere down the line. Keep your head on, please. But I'd like to thank, Lynn, Luis, Calvin, Danielle, Miriam, for your leadership and for showing the way forward and putting human rights at the center of all of your actions. I think that's a key element that was able to unite all of your speeches here today. And this is all about what we are focusing on. We've been discussing the Sustainable Development Goals. But when talking about drug policy, which is very close to our hearts, we need to align drug policies with global health and with human rights. And we need to have a clearer message from the United Nations and its bodies regarding this issue. Luís Mendão spoke here of the Portuguese, maybe many people call it an experience, but it's more than 20 years. It's consolidated evidence from the real world. And Luís, being here for me is, on a personal note, very important for many reasons. I knew Luís, as he mentioned, when I was working at the hospital. He was, he liked to go there a lot. And, and the fact that more than 10 years after, I've stepped into more professional politics. We are still friends, means that I must be doing something right, or that Luís has a big heart. But I have to say that Luís is the one that opened my eyes to many things. I come from a very conservative background, and Luís was the one that taught me about the perils that prohibition has brought upon us, on how we have failed on the war on drugs, on how this approach from the 60s and 70s and 80s from the past century that continues to fuel policy in many contexts around the world has led to more harm than good. And so, looking at decriminalization, when 22 years ago, it was discussed here in Portugal, in the parliament where we were for the last 2.5 days, many people were saying, if you decriminalize drugs, you will see a rise of consumption. We actually consume less than most European countries by average. They said it would lead to more crime. We have less incarceration related to drug use than any European country. They said it would lead to more problematic drug use. We have been more successful in terms of drug rehabilitation. But the key element goes beyond the law, because we have pretty good laws in different parts of the world. It's about the implementation of policy. And what was done in Portugal simultaneously with the drug decriminalization law, with harm reduction services being provided across the country, with the clear understanding that social inclusion is a key element of success. Making sure it's not just getting people out of jail, it's understanding that people who have a problematic use of drugs are not criminals, but they are dealing with the health issues and they need to be addressed as such. And so it is about compassion, but it is about also making sure if you provide low threshold methadone programs, that then these people who are capable of working actively in society do not have a ball and chain because they have a history of drug use, but they're able to get a job, they're able to get a home, they're able to be integrated into society, that they have the motivation to be an active part of our communities. And what we see is many programs have failed in the past because these programs, this social approach is not there. And so I think it's very clear we need less harm and we need more love. I guess that's the conclusion out of all of this. And so you all showed that one size does not fit all, which means we need to work very hard for each and every country. And that's what UNITE has to do. And as Miriam said, we are current, but we are also former MPs. And so don't worry, I don't care about your election. We're counting on you to continue our fight. But I know you're going to win because you have your heart in the right place and your message is showing that. And I believe that we need to go on these multiple speeds and be able to provide all the support with partners, IDPC just shown here, the Global Commission, and so many others we've been working with. We have partners who are able to provide the technical support that we need to push forward, but we also need to continue to push forward the awareness and the sensitivity with our constituents, which sadly, in many cases, have been fueled with wrong information that is not science-based. And history has shown us that there are better ways to move forward. I truly believe that we can achieve universal health coverage, we can achieve health for all, and that we can achieve fairer societies with more effective drug policies. And I believe in that because I believe in you as leaders. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So this concludes our first panel session, and we are nearing the end of the Unites Global Summit for this final day. We have one regional dialogue, and then we will have our closing session. So to keep things moving, we will first have a 15-minute coffee break, and then we ask that you come back, and we will have a more intimate dialogue and discussion as a bit of a change from the panel session. So thank you very much. Welcome back to the Unite Global Summit 2022. So the format of this session will be a bit different than previous sessions. It is set up as a regional dialogue in this way to promote more engaging discussion and interactions between you parliamentarians on how you can promote more meaningful engagement to advance universal health coverage. And so it is my pleasure to hand over to the moderator of this session, Eleanor Silva, Executive Director of Unite. Eleanor, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Victoria, is it working? Yeah, okay. Thank you, Victoria, and welcome back to all our participants for this regional session. So, as Victoria was saying, this is a different format that we are trying. So we will focus on the topic of universal health coverage, and we will have 2 presentations, and then we will ask 3 questions that you will be able to discuss in breakout rooms in between regions, and then we will have a rapporteur session where one of the spokespersons for each region will give the results of the conversation. So without further ado, I will give the floor to Leticia Bozio, Program Manager at UHC 2030. She will guide us through the political advocacy work of UHC 2030 ahead of the UNHLM in September.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I have a few slides, and I guess to start, I'd like to say I love a challenge. When I talked to you, it was the last session of Monday night when everybody was absolutely exhausted. Why not repeat it and make it worse by speaking to you on the last day of a 3-day summit? So here you are. Thank you so much for surviving until day 3. As of today, you better pay attention. There'll be a quiz at the end of the session. As you heard Eleanor, we'll have reporter roles coming to plenary and telling us what you discussed. So don't even try to cheat. We will know. So I'm here representing UHC 2030. You've heard of us this morning. Our co-chair, Gabriela Cuevas-Baron, presented it. This is just a quick reminder of who we are. So we are hosted by WHO. We are actually we have shared secretariat function with OECD and the World Bank as well, and we are really a movement of advocacy for UHC, and we bring together a wide range of partners. Our members are countries, civil society organizations and networks, the private sector, and now parliamentarians as we are developing a partnership with Unite. We also work with international institutions working on health and other UN agencies. And so basically what we try to do is influence the global health agenda to advance progress on universal health coverage. And the way we do that is through a number of activities and key pillars, and I'm only going to name 3 in the interest of this audience. One is working together with other health institutions. So we convene a coalition of partnerships specifically dedicated to UHC and global health. And basically, the 6 agencies that you see listed here in the banner work together around a shared advocacy agenda using UHC as the foundation to reach other health goals. And this is how we sort of find our common interests. The other is mobilizing high-level personalities acting as UHC champions. And our key resource there are the members of our advisory panel. There are 9 personalities really using the UHC messages and pushing them vis-a-vis political leaders, and also trying to make sure that global commitments are translated into action at country level. And of course, now, in the interest of this summit, I want to mention the work we want to develop with parliamentarians. We very recently Unite very recently joined UHC 2030 as a member, and now we are working together very concretely to understand the legislative work done in countries on UHC, but also connect the dots by developing case studies, and you've heard all about that this morning. There's definitely more work to be done on that. And in particularly this year and next year, as 2023, you heard for us is a very special year. I was saying something about that on Monday night already, but now I'm using my UHC 2030 hat, and I'm going to dive in a little bit more on the UHC high-level meeting. And let's say that the primary assumption for us is that COVID-19 really demonstrated that universal health coverage with strong health systems and health security are two intertwined goals, and one cannot go without the other, which is why we promote that universal health coverage, i.e. the investment in resilient and equitable health systems, is what is key to achieve both universal health coverage and health security. And so this being said, our vision for the high-level meeting is threefold. The first one is to have renewed action on SDG 3, and you heard there are 3 HLMs and there's the SDG Summit at the same time. So for us, the political declaration is really going to be a moment for member states to reinforce their commitment vis-a-vis progress on all health-related SDGs. Second is to be focused on national implementation with adequate resources for health. So 2019 gave already birth to a very ambitious political declaration on universal health coverage. So many commitments were made, but now it really is the time to implement them. So this is what we're pushing for. And then third is about inclusive accountability. So what do we mean by that? We are pushing countries to report on progress on universal health coverage in consultation with many stakeholders at country level, and in a way that is strategically linked to the reporting and accountability mechanisms vis-a-vis the SDGs. So in the context of the UN high-level meeting, UHC 2030 plays a very specific role because we were asked actually by member states to play a leading role in convening non-state actors in order to engage in the process. So the nature of the UHC 2030 movement allows us to bring together these voices that do not naturally have a direct influence on negotiations, given they are between countries and member states at the UN in New York. I'm not going to go through this, just to highlight that one of our key members, I mentioned civil society. As a UHC constituency, we have the Civil Society Engagement Mechanism, CSEM, and it's today already a platform of 1,000 members from civil society that span across 100 countries. So this just to give you an idea of the scope and reach that we have already achieved over our few years of existence, and how we really try to be inclusive. So now getting into a little bit more specifically into the work I do, we at UHC 2030 wanted to work on the basis of key asks for UHC that we developed in 2019 and go further. And so we are now developing an action agenda to be used as advocacy tool vis-a-vis political leaders for the HLM in 2023 and beyond. To do that, we've gathered 20 representatives from across all the partners, all the constituencies across the UHC 2030 would say scope of partners, and there are many. And in doing that, we hope to be as representative and inclusive as possible. And so I'm going to just very briefly give you an overview. This is still in draft mode, and so I cannot technically present you the document, but you will very soon see it as it is going to go online for consultation. So those 8 action areas are meant to constitute the priority key actions that we call on countries to take in order to really advance progress on universal health coverage and to basically achieve UHC and the SDG goals by 2030. So the first one is about political leadership, because as we've heard many times over the past two days, universal health coverage is definitely a political choice, and you know already all that. I'm not going to get into detail. The second, leave no one behind, is where we really develop our proposals for the equity agenda, and we mention also how crucial it is to have very good quality and disaggregated data, so that we know who is left behind and how we can actually reach those populations. an enabling legal and regulatory environment for UHE. You would know all about that. Number 4 covers actions to be taken to ensure strong and resilient human resources for health. Definitely a topic we have also covered in the past days. Number 5 is on adequate national spending for health and for primary healthcare. Number 6, action area 6 covers social participation and inclusive accountability. 7 is about the need for gender transformative policies in the health sector, and that includes with the health workforce, in leadership, and in health services, all of which are fundamentally still gender discriminatory. And 8, finally, is about connecting UHC and health security. As I mentioned, it is our position that these two are deeply interlinked. Here is to give you an idea of what is to come by the end of the year and in 2023. And so my recommendation to this group, hearing your real desire to engage in these processes, vis-a-vis our processes, when you can engage, and we really invite you to engage, will be first and foremost from early January to early February. As I mentioned, the action agenda for UHC will be presented online, and we will be calling for all interested to participate in a consultation. So more information will be shared with you through Unite as soon as it is ready to go live. Second, I mentioned on Monday this multi-stakeholder hearing, which is led by the President of the General Assembly. It's still to be scheduled. It's going to take place sometimes before June 2023. And then third, negotiations, as mentioned, going through the missions in New York, through the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister of Health, or the missions in Geneva. So that's it on the political advocacy work. All of the work we do on the action agenda is deeply anchored in data and evidence. And to present you that work, I'd like to invite my colleague, Akihito Watabe, who is based in Geneva with me and has kindly agreed to join us online to give us a bit of the overview of the most recent data analysis that our team is doing, and also to present you the data portal, which has an amazing wealth of information country by country, what we call the country profile. So Akihito, if you're online, we're gonna pull you up and then you can share your slide. Yes, you're here. Hi, Akihito.
Hi, that is here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So thank you very much for inviting this session. So I briefly present the State of US Commitment work that the USC Twin Cities started 2020. In 2019, as you know, that the State US Commitment project started to track the progress of the USC commitment on the Political Declaration 2019. That we simply review the key questions that the country acting on their commitment on universal coverage. And of course, WHO and the World Bank are tracking the UHC indicator to measure the progress of the service coverage and the financial risk protection of the universal coverage. The UHC Twin Cities is more focused on the political and the country focused the commitment progress on UHC, and also use this tracking process for the national accountability and advocacy process to make sure that all the commitments made in 2019 political declaration to translate into concrete actions. So far, that the USC Twin Cities published two major publications called the Synthesis Reports 2020 and 2021. And also we produced the country profiles in 2020, and we keep updating the country profile. And now we have around 139 country profiles, which is around 72% of the UN member states. And so we just released the new data this week. And also we are planning to publish the key findings early January together with the key action agenda. So this is the image of the country profile, this screenshot. and you can select this country and see all the latest commitments across the 8 commitment areas, and also some of the data visualization to see the progress of the USC related indicators and commitments. And you can scan this QR code or just Google USC data portal to find this interactive page. And in addition to this online dashboard, we also add the printable function so that you can also produce the PDF file so that you can print the country profile for your work in the country level. So I'd like to share a few key findings of our review last 2 years. In terms of the number of countries' commitments over time, that between 2019 to 2021, which is after the HYDRO meeting, first HYDRO meeting in 2019, the number of countries expressing their commitment has increased from 25 to 46. And also the total number of countries' commitment to US universal coverage also increased from 250. Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We have a small issue with interpretation.
Yeah.
I am being asked if you could speak a little louder and
okay.
a little further away from your mic.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. So is that better? Can we test Akito for interpretation, please?
Okay, so this type of the increase also we can see in SDG era around 2015 to 2016. And however, around 2022, that we also see this positive trend slow down, and it was reversed, unfortunately.
We can go back to his slides, please.
Sorry, I need to move.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes. And also the distribution of the USC commitment across 3 dimensions of universal coverage, which are the service coverage, population coverage, and the financial protection. Many of the commitments are the 44% service coverage and also 43% on the population coverage. However, the financial protection related commitments are only 13%, which is significantly lower than the other 2 components of the universal coverage. And also, we see that many commitments is very fragmented. Of course, many countries say that this is USC commitment, but countries still focus on disease or service district programs or intervention instead of the comprehensive USC commitment. And this is just an overview of the 8 commitment areas, focusing on the different dimensions of universal coverage. And I'd like to share just a few points of what we can see in the review of the last 2 years. The first of all, the majority of countries recognize USC as a goal overall. However, there is a lack of a concrete operational steps toward achieving universal coverage, especially comprehensive approach and 3 dimensions of universal coverage. And the number 3, third point, over 50% of the country have adopted legislation to guarantee equitable access and also quality and affordable healthcare services and protect against financial hardship in the form of universal coverage law. And also 70% of the countries have used USC as a goal for their health plans. And then in terms of the health investments, despite slight increase in overall health spending, the government, the current investment on the especially focus on public spending for health is not adequate to achieve universal coverage. So we are planning to publish a more detailed analysis in line with the proposed recommendation for the 2023 HYDRO meeting. And please follow our the website and also Twitter to see the latest update of our commitment review. So over to you, Laetitia.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Akito. Dear colleagues, as I have Akito here, but he needs to leave soon, I'm just going to take a very small break here and check in the room if there are any questions that are specific to the presentation you just heard. So then we can then thank him and let him go home because it's quite late where he is. Yeah, I see one question. Comment. Do you want, oh, is there a handheld mic, please? It is on the table. Sorry, didn't see that. All right, is it on? I'm not touching anything special. Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay.
It's on. Go ahead.
Okay, wonderful. So I would like to, bring the perspective of since we have the regional dialogue from the Eastern Europe and Central Asia. As I mentioned in my previous presentation, the 18 countries share the common legacy and history of Soviet bloc countries where universal access to healthcare was a priority during the USSR time or other social periods. And the challenge for those countries was to bring back the universal access to healthcare and mostly to invest in quality of those services. In case of Georgia, in 2012, the current ruling party that I was part of, they had in their political platform, in the election platform, universal healthcare. So upon becoming the ruling party in the majority, in 2013 we started universal healthcare, and I had the honor to be the deputy health minister at the time when we started the universal healthcare. Budgetary investments were doubled, and we increased coverage of population with basic health care, both outpatient and inpatient, from 1.6 million to cover all 3.7 million of the population. The access to care was a major achievement, really a historic step. But what are the challenges? Quality assurance systems, financial sustainability of universal health care, especially when you have government as the main source of funding, that's an issue. And as one of the recommendations to the UHC 2030 is to invest in, unmasking, demystifying the universal health care. Because neither the 2019 declaration nor any of the subsequent policy recommendations clearly indicate what should be the components of the universal health care. So if the UHC 2030 and partners will invest in unpacking the UHC policies, it would really help a lot, because as of today, UHC means different things for different countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So before we head into the actual consultation part of this consultation, just wanted to check if there were concrete other questions about the data portal or data. Yeah, go ahead. She's in the back, on the right, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to support the last speaker, I think a time has come where the word UHC is unbundled. Does it include SHRI? Is it epidemic response? Is it only insurance? Is it health systems? So that it has indicators, just like the SDG 3. SDG 3 has specific indicators. So you know when you have moved from point 1 to point B. In UHC, you have no indicator. You don't know when you have moved, you don't know when you are doing well. Because the fact that you have an insurance system does not necessarily mean your health system, you have an insurance, your health system is okay. You can have an insurance with no drugs in the hospitals. So all those things, I think time will come when we have to demystify the word itself.
Thank you, Honorable. Is there any other questions or comments related to this first presentation? I think I can now give you the floor to frame the questions for the regional dialogue, and then I will give you recommendations to how we're going to break out the rooms and host this session.
All right. If we can get the slides back, please. So this is Akita's presentation that we just saw. And here are the guiding questions for discussion. So this is really reflecting on the basis of what emerges in our multi-stakeholder consultations when we try to draft the action agenda for UHC. So as we draft political advocacy messages, these questions keep coming up. And we ask ourselves how to make our work as relevant as possible in terms of advocacy. So what we would love for you to reflect on as you go into your breakout sessions is, in your experience, what has triggered political change to advance the UHC agenda? In your experience where UHC has been successful, how were domestic resources mobilized? And then finally, does your electorate care about UHC? I'm going to head over to Eleanor for the details of how that's going to work.
Thank you, Leticia. Now we will have 15 minutes discussion for each region. So I will ask for the partners and people who are not parliamentarians, sorry, to leave the room, because we will host the breakout rooms here. You have a coffee break for 15 minutes over there, and I will ask all the regional coordinators to gather their troops and start the discussion.
Thank you.
Hello. Okay, this one works. Hi, everyone, and welcome back to this regional session. So I'm very sorry I will need to close the debates now. I've seen that they were quite lively and it was hard to break them down, but I will ask you to turn your chairs around again to face us. Akua. Turn to me, please. And the rest of the group of Latin America too. That's gonna be difficult. I'll just walk around and try. Hello, Anna. Can you please sit again in? I can't. I'm so sorry. I can't. Okay. So I think we are ready to start the rapporteur session. So the objective is to hear for a few minutes on the conversations you had in each region. So I walked around the groups and I asked who would be the spokespersons for each group. So I will now call Honorable Peter Njume from Cameroon to give us the results for the debate in the Africa region. Oh, I can give you a few more minutes if you want to work more on it. Okay. Okay, so then I will call Honorable Lenin from Honduras. Or does he need to work on it still? I think he can speak here at the, yeah.
Bueno, vamos Lenin, pero vamos a ver.
Ok, je peux le faire à la fin si tu veux.
Pero es que con el mouse.
Very sorry.
¿Quieres que te traiga un mouse?
Okay. So you were asked 3 questions. Puedo intentar, pero no sé si mi español es un poquito portuñol, pero puedo. Tuvo 3 preguntas.
So there were 3 questions that you were asked. Can you let us know what was the result of the debate in your region? Well, good afternoon. As you, I'm also a politician, and because I'm a politician, I speak a lot. So please show me the yellow card if I'm speaking too much. Now, in the debate we had in the Latin American region, we agreed on several things. But before that, let me say that historically, we share many realities. So when I explain to you by country what is happening, there are a lot of common things, because despite the distance, say from Uruguay to Central America, for instance, but despite that, we have a lot of realities in common. One is the language. The whole region speaks Spanish. Unlike Europe, where there are plenty of languages, we all speak one single language in practically all of Latin America. Now, the first question, according to your experience, what led to the political change to have universal health coverage? Well, in the case of Argentina, there was no driver. Health has always been free and open. It's a public good. With the constitutional reform of 1994, the health system was transferred to the provinces, and now most of the money comes from the provinces. The nation also took care of vaccination and some public policies. Chile, the main trigger or driver was a political campaign led by the current president. But but there had been a previous social demand asking for health for all, better access to health. For instance, the system Copago, the co-payment policy, is a step towards free health, but not necessarily universal coverage. The main problem is the lack of specialists, qualified medical staff, and it's important to a list of diseases has been that are covered by the state has been drafted. In Ecuador, it is a right. In all countries I have mentioned, health is a right of all citizens. So, as I was saying, Ecuador is a right of all citizens, universal health coverage. It does not work at 100% because, and just like the other country said, we lack specialists in the area. And there is a shortage of medicines, and just like in other countries, in addition to the pandemic, there was a parallel pandemic to the COVID, which is the pandemic of corruption. That was very harmful, and we were informed of these problems. Now, there was a universal prescription that you can go to any pharmacy and they will give you that medication for free, medicine for free. In Honduras, my country, like other countries, the Constitution of the Republic says that health is a right, right free of charge. Health and education are human rights for all citizens, but unfortunately, this is just on paper. Now, in 1954, we were able to take the first steps in terms of coverage, universal coverage. There was a major strike, and the peasants were able, for the first time, to have this health institution. Now, this strike led to the social insurance, a first step towards universal coverage, but then things diminished. They built towards 3 major hospitals in the Constitution of 1982. This was enshrined as a right for our citizens. It was enshrined as a human right, health. But again, this was just on paper. The issue of health coverage was then considered later in the year 2008, but in 2008 there was a code and that again withheld all these policies, and we did not go forward. On the contrary, we came back to the in 2021 because last year we tried to privatize all health system, public health system. Well, there were plenty of protests, and the elections last year were won by the party that I am a member of, and we decided to keep respecting this, the subject of public health. And as I said before, increased budget to try to provide a solution to what Gisela was saying a while ago, infrastructures. It's not just increasing budget and creating hospitals, but having access to those hospitals where they are to be built, and that there are doctors willing to go to the mountains and care for our patients. Now, in Uruguay, there is a public system and a private system. And there was a problem in 2001, 2002, 2005. The National Health Fund was created, guaranteeing access to health and possibilities to choose between public or private system. This is an example. Uruguay, just like with drugs, is an example of a balanced approach. Question number 2, according to your experience, sorry. You have 1 or 2 minutes. 2 minutes, yes, maximum. Well, it's very interesting, but unfortunately, we don't have time. So the question, how to mobilize natural resources to the voters. Well, most of us, that Gisela said, this is not just about raising the budget, but not just increasing the budget, but there are other factors that have to do with the universal health coverage. Career, professional careers are also involved here. And but all these elements must unite to make sure there is real access to all citizens. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Lenin. And now I will switch back to English to call Honorable Njume to the floor to present Africa. Okay. And Honorable Njume, you have at the maximum 5 minutes, okay?
Thank you very much.
And it's a very big maximum.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Hi, can I get your attention for Honorable Njume's remarks?
Please, all ears. Thank you very much.
You have the floor.
Okay, thank you. The first question, in your experience, I want to believe you mean in the African regional experience, am I right? What has triggered political change to advance the UHC agenda? I will be very brief because we were very brief. There are 2 aspects that are concerned here. The first is that when Africa embraced democracy, Africa also embraced the international community. And so Africa went into international treaties and conventions. And so because Africa was to meet up with the obligations of these international conventions and treaties, which of course, many of them were on health, we were therefore obliged, to meet up with the exigencies of these conventions or treaties. So that is the external factor. All the same, African countries, when the Millennium Development Goals were propagated, the African countries were so excited. They were so excited, and they saw these MDGs as a means of meeting with the needs of the population. So the Africans embraced the MDGs as a kind of tool to improve on their people and the economies. So that is the political aspect externally that actually triggered the UHC agenda. Meanwhile, locally too, the people had started understanding that it was their right, you know, to have medical care, and it was the government's obligation to provide them with basic health care. So these are the areas briefly that triggered this particular agenda. The second question, in your experience, where UHC has been successful, how were domestic resources mobilized? In Africa, generally, we are still limping when it comes to UHC. We are still limping. But we are making efforts. And making the efforts, we are relying on certain areas of financing. These areas of financing, the first, of course, is the government. The budgetary allocations are so minimal, but the government, our governments, no doubt, are doing a tremendous effort to do something. The second area is from international donors. Our governments rely so much on international donors and also on bilateral relationships. The US aid, our US government and other governments are also trying to come into our aid. Of course, we also have family budgets. A lot of it, even though it's just 1%, but of course, a lot of individual families are also trying to do much to meet up with this. Yes. Of course, we also have the private sector. The private sector is doing so much, especially the NGOs. They are doing so much to assist. And also here we are talking of the local NGOs and also community-based health programs, but most of it is being done also by some missionaries bodies. So they too are trying to do that much. Coming to the third question, does your electorate care about UHC? Definitely they care because the awareness has grown. The awareness has grown since democracy has come in, multi-partyism has come in. You see, when people are going out for campaigns, of course, they always mention the rights of the people, and the people are now aware that, it is our right for the government to do this, and so definitely the electorate is very much aware. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. So now
the media and of course the CSOs are also contributing to creating awareness on the UHCs. So we need to acknowledge them for that, the media and CSOs.
Thank you, Ekua. Thank you. So now I will call Honorable Levin to give us his remarks for the Eastern Europe and Central Asia region, please. You have also 5 minutes.
Yeah, mainly I will talk about
you have the floor.
Georgia, and so there are some kind of similarities.
Please, can I ask for silence in the room, please? Thank you.
In our case, the main change happened in 2012 when there was election, and my former party and the party who is now in the government and ruling party, they committed that they would improve the health care and they improve the lives of people. Because before 2013, about more than 50% of our population had no access to healthcare, and healthcare in Georgia was very expensive, and this was a great burden of people because many people became indebted. They were taking the debts from the banks to cover their healthcare, and this was a really great burden on people and on families. And after commitment and after winning the election, a new government launched this program, Universal Healthcare, to cover every citizens with no private health insurances. The main point was to cover healthcare without private insurances. As to answer the second question, how we managed to mobilize our resources, here represents Mariam Jashi. She was the Deputy of Minister of Healthcare. She was one of the advocates of this program, and she was one of the champions to introduce these programs, and she succeeded, and the whole government succeeded because our budget increased about 100%, and it was very great relief for people because government started to cover the programs, and there was for the people to pay lesser from their pockets. So I think it's my opinion that due to these programs, thousands of lives were saved because of accessibility to the programs, and after our healthcare also was improved. So these programs made very big achievement. Third question, what about electorate and about their care about UHS. Of course, anyone wants to have access to the healthcare, but I think that generally more electorate, they don't know details. What is the UHS, how it works, and I think it's very important for the leaders, for the politicians, to advocate for UHS and to raise awareness about these programs, and to fight during the debates when it comes to financing budgets, and when the parliament has time when they are going to get the budget. And for my experience, it's very important for each MP to be very active, to defend the interest of electorate, and to defend the interest of people who need care, who need help. And also at the end, I want to point you, I want to pay attention about the big issue. I want to talk about Ukraine, what they are going through, what's happening there. After the bombings, there are a lot of hospitals are destroyed. So this country really needs help. And it would be great if the organizations like you and other organizations pay attention, think about how to rebuild the health system in Ukraine, how to help these great people, these very brave people, to start ordinary lives, and after they are winners, I think many countries will support them, and especially those organizations who are very professional in their field, to rebuild their health system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now I will call Honorable Kelvin. He knows you already stood up to present the Asia Pacific experience, and you have 5 minutes.
I've got
please.
1 minute.
Oh,
let me do
that's
it in 1
perfect.
minute. I'm the only Asian representative, so I'm going to share of examples and experience of Malaysia mainly, and of course a few countries that I'm aware of. What has triggered political change in advance the UHC agenda? Actually, in Malaysia, we have achieved UHC since the 80s, and this is mainly through tax-funded system with a coexisting private sector. And this is very important because one of the ways to fund it is through a thriving medical industry, tourism industry, where neighboring countries come to Malaysia to get treatment, and thus we kind of regenerate it back into the public health system. Other catalysts, of course, in crisis, there is always a catalyst. I think in other Asian countries, COVID-19 or even other outbreaks. It's not just COVID-19, SARS, MERS, and multiple outbreaks have happened in Asia, and that has, of course, catalyzed the conversations for UHC to ensure every citizen has, of course, affordable and quality healthcare. Number two, how has it been successful? I think in the context of Malaysia, it's again a tax-based system. We spend about 2.2% of our GDP on healthcare, but it's not sustainable. Currently, we are starting conversations on how to reform health financing. It is a tough conversation to have, while still maintaining the principles of UHC. Of course, we are talking about probably voluntary healthcare insurance on a social public insurance rather than a private sector-based insurance. We're having that conversation, but it's a huge political decision because whichever government that increases fees in hospitals will lose the election. Number three, does your electorate know about UHC? Of course, and they demand it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. And we have a last participant that I cannot see in the room, but I guess, oh, he's here, yeah. Who represents Europe.
Thank you, Eleanor. So on behalf of all of the representatives of Europe, who is me, myself, and I have to say that there is, of course, a lot of commonalities from what we heard here today, but trying to answer the questions very directly. And on behalf of, regarding the experience, what triggered political change to advance the agenda, it's interesting to see historically, coming from Portugal, democracy and the revolution that ended the fascist dictatorship and brought democracy to our country in 1974 with the Carnation Revolution. The two main issues, the two pillars for democracy and development brought in by those that fought the revolution was precisely universal access to health and to education. And so there is a direct correlation in the mindset of the European people, I would say, between access to health as a human right and the development of our countries. And it is interesting looking historically that we saw something similar following World War II in the UK with the National Health Service, on which Portugal actually built its model of a national health service. So it's a model for social justice, I would say, and it was seen as a way to combat inequalities. More recently, we have had another trigger politically, which is, of course, the COVID-19 pandemic, which, as the Minister of Health said during the session in the Parliament that we had with him today, that many of the problems that those of us who have worked in the health sector for many years have clearly identified and studied, it became very clear to the general public many of the problems and challenges that we are dealing with in the health sector. And so, in a way, the pandemic uncovered many of those problems that need to be addressed. So I believe that, I don't know if it has triggered the will for UHC, but it has certainly created a certain momentum that needs to be used politically. And I think despite all of the competing crises and challenges, that momentum is still there. Secondly, on the experience where UHC has been successful, how were the resources mobilized? Well, across Europe, I would say that the principles of universal health coverage generally have been successful through models of solidarity in terms of funding. So be it through taxation, which has been the main source of funding in most cases, even when there are state insurance plans involved, that solidarity of funding through which those that can pay more ensure that those that pay less or can't pay at all have access to health are critical. And this, of course, applies, I'm speaking at the nation level, but of course this applies also in the global health level. solidarity as a model of funding, I would say, is critical and has proven to be effective. However, I think it's worth mentioning that there are some private insurance models, which are, of course, are paid by people who can pay for them, either individually or through their employers. And what we have learned from them, from these insurance companies, is that they have been capable to understand they are for profit, so that is their end game. But they have been able to understand that the less people need to use health services, the more money they can make. So the healthier people are, the more profits they can have. And this principle applied to the usage of public resources, in which we need to understand that if we lower the burden of disease, we are capable of freeing resources to treat those that inevitably will get sick, is, I would believe, a very important tool towards achieving universal health coverage that it doesn't keep anyone out of the system, that reaches those that are in the margins of society, doesn't leave anyone behind, and is a driver towards putting health promotion and disease prevention at the center of all of our actions. And so that leads us to the third question: does, I would say, the European electorate care about universal health coverage? And I'd say no. But be careful. What I mean by this is that if universal health coverage is assured, nobody talks about it. If we become effective working with WHO and others in terms of pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response, and no more pandemics happens, people will say we're spending money and wasting money on pandemic prevention and preparedness and response. That is the dilemma of public health. That is the dilemma of global health. We see, though, when people do not have access to universal health coverage, oh, they complain. You know, here in Portugal, 1.4 million people do not have access to a family doctor out of 10 million population. This is an issue that is politically raised in every debate around healthcare, because people see their family doctor as their first line of care. They see it as the basic pillar of universal health coverage, of their health protection that is constitutionally protected. So I would say that we need to have a very clear voice. Unfortunately, I think with the pandemic, everybody understands that there are many failures that need to be overcome within the principles of universal health coverage. Hopefully we will be successful one day, but when that day comes on a policy perspective, when we are able to achieve UHC for everyone, or at least for the majority, we need to keep pushing. It's a never-ending job. And we heard today the ministers say, you know, how in the middle of the 20th century we were arrogant to think that we had controlled infectious diseases with the emergence of antibiotics. Every time we lower the guard when it comes to health, diseases come back with a vengeance. And so, I'm sorry, but we're in this for life. It's a never-ending job here in Europe and around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo. Thank you very much. Thank you to the regions who had this debate. Thank you to the spokespersons, and I think this gives a lot of material for us to think about. I will give the floor back to Leticia. I think you wanted to answer a question and then some closing remarks.
I can also use this. Does this work? Yeah. So no, thank you so much for really lending yourself to this consultation with enthusiasm and so much relevant insight for us. So I've been taking very prolific notes, as you saw, and my understanding is that Unite is going to also share a summary report from this session. It's definitely going to be a key input into the political advocacy work that we lead at UHC 2030, so thank you so much for that. To reflect back on the comments that were made by Georgia and colleagues from Zimbabwe earlier, And I think there were very valid questions raised that were re-emphasized through your comments about what is universal health coverage and how it is difficult for many of your citizens and even people in global health, to be honest, we keep hearing that, to actually fully grasp what it means. The way we usually describe it is according to 3 dimensions. And what we describe as universal health coverage means that you first need to have essential services that exist, that are there, that are available. You need to provide equitable coverage to your population, and you need to ensure a certain level of financial protection. So that would be the 3 dimensions of universal health coverage. About the question about the package of services, what do we mean by essential services? And to your point, why is it that we don't simply tell you all what should be in a package of essential services? Well, that's the thing. We cannot, we, UHE 2030, cannot do that because every country has differences. Different countries have different needs. And what we consider the beauty of universal health coverage is that it is to each country to define based on disease burden and many other factors such as demographics and others, what it is to you essential health services for your country. And that is really the strength. It is to be able to address what is needed the most as a first priority, and then as resources come in, to expand to additional services. There was also questions that were raised around indicators and how do we measure progress on universal health coverage. And it is true to some extent, simply because it is a definition, a notion that is quite complex. There is no easy answer to that. So I'm going to quote some official indicators and explain how at UHE 2030 we've tried to complement these. So officially, there are 2 quantitative ones that are tracked by UN statistics. And these are the ones in the SDGs, and the indicators are, first is the coverage of your population by essential health services. So it's a percentage of population, so who has access, how many people, have access to essential health services. And the second is about financial protection. So it's technically the proportion of population that is spending a large amount of household income or consumption on out-of-pocket healthcare expenditures. So basically, are there many people in your population that are spending a lot of money on health out of pocket? And that measures progress on universal health coverage. Basically, we would want as few people as possible spending a lot of money, and then basically most people spending very little money on health out of pocket, right? So these are the 2 quantitative indicators. It is not comprehensive, and this is why, and what Akito was presenting earlier in what we call the country profiles and the data portal that we've put online, there are many qualitative indicators that are country specific. So we go into, and what we believe is most interested, we go into what has your country committed to vis-a-vis universal health coverage, and we track progress on that. So basically, through a desk review, you can identify like official policies, national health plans, national health strategies, and others, and countries declare what it is they want to achieve and by when. And then we can track progress against these, and then as much of the data as we can find, because data is not always collected, which is another issue, of course, but when data is available, this allows us to draw a more specific picture of where each country stands on universal health coverage. Currently, we've been tracking 150 countries. So once the data portal is live, you'll be able to access quite a comprehensive picture about all of these. So I hope this addresses some of the questions that were raised earlier. In order to conclude, because I know it's now very late, and you know it's become my specialty to really bother you until very late at night, I want to close by saying we need you, parliamentarians, to keep re-emphasizing that emphasizing that health is not a cost, it's an investment. And all of you have said that in very different ways today again, which is that it is easy to feel safe, but then as soon as a bill is raised or a policy is discussed, the first reaction of many politicians will be, oh, but how much is it going to cost? Problem. So health is an investment, it's not a cost. Then second, and yes, I would echo what has been said about COVID-19, hopefully creating a momentum, and also I would echo that human memory is so short. We forget so quickly. And so let's hope that by committing next year urgently to investing in equitable and resilient health systems, memory doesn't have to go away. Actually, the systems will protect us from basically our memory fading, and protect us against future pandemics. And my last point is primary healthcare is a foundation. The first entry point, and coming back to these essential services, foundation on primary healthcare is key. And this will definitely bring us to delivering health for all and guaranteeing the right to health. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leticia. I will now hand it back to Victoria.
Obrigado, Leticia. Agora, Leticia.
Great. Thank you all so much. I know that we've been pushing you hard for these 3 days, and so it's really great to see such engagement and enthusiasm and this interaction, and as Leticia says, really strong outcomes and discussion. And so we will just have one more break, short break, to allow us to transition and set up for the closing session, and then we will close out this 3-day summit. So thank you, and see you right back here.
Yeah, but so we will make them awake now. Oh.
Moderate. Good evening and welcome back. After 3 days of engaging debate, bringing together 30 members of parliament, international organizations, and civil society from around the world, it is my immense pleasure to now begin the closing session of the Unite Global Summit 2022. Behind me, you see an esteemed panelists who will each give a presentation. But before we begin, it is my pleasure to hand over to Unite Chapter Chair for Western and Central Africa and former Member of Parliament from Ghana, Akua Senadansua. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Victoria. I have the humble duty of reading the declaration of intent of the 3-day summit. But before I do so, I'd like to make it clear that this is the first zero draft. After the summit, the paper will be circulated among members of parliament for their inputs to review it or revise it before we send it back to you online for signature. So for now, it's the first zero draft. Thank you. As members of the Unite Parliamentarians Network for Global Health, considering the essential role of parliaments in promoting efficient and sustainable policies for improved global health systems in alignment with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, through international cooperation and multilateralism, we declare Section 1, Infectious Diseases and Pandemic Preparedness. 1.1, that infectious diseases represent a major cause of preventable deaths worldwide, and that resilient and equitable public health systems must be put in place to address current health challenges and prevent future pandemics. Clause 1.2, that pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response capacity embedded in strong national health systems needs to be strengthened to prevent future outbreaks from becoming pandemics, including through a legally binding global agreement to protect human lives and future generations. Clause 1.3, that it is imperative that the reform of the global health architecture embraces the principles of equity, accountability, and transparency to effectively protect the world from pandemics and other health threats. At the same time, there is a need for collaborative financing of a new global health architecture that is fit for purpose. We believe that parliamentarians can play a critical role driving advocacy for increased resources, monitoring and proposing changes to policy environments, as well as holding governments and multilateral institutions accountable for their commitments. Clause 1.4, these measures are urgently required. These measures are urgently required to improve the protection of human rights during health emergencies, particularly for already vulnerable and marginalized communities, as well as to strengthen civil society participation in the development of national and global health policies and systems. Clause 1.4, that it is critical to invest in research and development, that is R&D, mechanisms to support the creation of new therapeutics and vaccines, as they can give the world more effective tools to cope with current and future health threats. We also acknowledge the important role of the vaccines pillar of the Access to COVID-19 Tools Act Accelerator and the COVAX facility, and that these and other mechanisms should be perfected and used to fight other infectious diseases, ensuring equitable access to new vaccines. Additionally, to ensure that there is a translation of R&D into real impact in the lives of citizens, mechanisms such as the Global Fund and UNITAID are critical as financing institutions which improve access to healthcare and health outcomes. Section 2, that is on the future of health systems. Clause 2.1, that national governments and other levels of power should prioritize health and take urgent actions to scale up their health systems by strengthening their health and community workforce, develop pandemic prevention and preparedness measures as surveillance systems, invest in R&D, as well as innovative approaches to new global health challenges, such as digital transition. Simultaneously, the 2023 UN high-level meetings provide political leaders an opportunity to make actionable commitments to strengthen equitable health systems. Clause 2.2, that additional sustainable resources are urgently required from the international community to rebuild and further strengthen health systems and that multilateral aid mechanisms have a key role to play in providing these resources. We welcome the decision of the World Health Assembly, WHA, on sustainable financing of the World Health Organization, WHO. Furthermore, ensuring and supporting the successful replenishment of the Global Fund, CEPI, Gavi, and all funding mechanisms that support diseases not covered by the aforementioned organizations is essential to channel investment into strengthening health systems, addressing both existing and future pandemics, alongside the need for more international and domestic investments in universal health coverage, UHC, and primary health care. Clause 2.3, that the control of communicable diseases must be a priority in health policies in agreement with the SDGs, alongside the increasing burden of non-communicable diseases. It is critical to address HIV/AIDS, syphilis, hepatitis B, tuberculosis, and malaria, along other major health threats with strategic and effective measures. This will be important not only to save lives, but to decrease the burden of disease and increase the quality of life indicators, alongside reducing the cost for national health budgets. Therefore, parliamentarians' work is fundamental to discuss what is needed to face the burden of communicable diseases. Clause 2.4, that we must embrace the digital transition as an opportunity to substantially reform health systems, to focus less on reacting to diseases and crises and towards promoting health, preventing diseases, and ensuring well-being for all. And that the current digital age offers unprecedented opportunities to adopt and apply technology and use data to generate evidence for sound decision makers, which should include the most marginalized and neglected populations, with the objective of achieving UHC, that is universal health coverage. Nevertheless, it is also important to ensure the support for infrastructure and connectivity, strengthening, allowing the application of digital health solutions. Clause 2.3, that we acknowledge the need to work towards achieving strong and resilient health systems and the universal health coverage as an essential foundation for effective preparedness and response to public health emergencies, and adopt more effective approaches to preparedness and response to mitigate the impact of health emergencies in access to services, including those for immunization and nutrition, chronic infectious diseases, and non-communicable diseases, mental health, maternal and child health, sexual and reproductive health care services, rehabilitation, and long-term care in accordance with the 75th World Health Assembly Resolution. Section 3, Health as a Human Right. Clause 3.1, that given the financial gap to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals for health, additional investments are needed within and between countries to achieve universal health coverage, enabling equitable access to health care, and ultimately health for all, regardless of socioeconomic and other status. Clause 3.2, that in line with the WHA 74.7 resolution, it is critical to take steps to ensure that the response to health emergencies and pandemics do not exacerbate other global health challenges, including the ongoing necessity to tackle issues such as lack of access to health services and medicines, the burden of neglected diseases, and the necessity to prevent antimicrobial resistance in alignment with the concept of One Health. Clause 3.3, that there is a human right, moral, and economic obligation to ensure universal and equitable access to diagnostics, treatments, and vaccines, and that the lack of universal access to such health products represents a threat to global public health. Parliamentarians play a pivotal role as they can hold their governments accountable and promote policies and plans that measure and enact the commitments towards universal health coverage. Clause 3.4, that there is a need to align drug policies with global health and human rights in order to achieve the SDGs agenda, including ensuring good health and well-being for all, tackling poverty, ending hunger, achieving gender equality and protection of the environment, and creating peaceful and inclusive societies by providing access to justice for all, and that implementation of evidence-based harm reduction approaches to drugs result in better, more equitable, and more cost-effective public health outcomes. Clause 3.5, that as mentioned in 75th World Health Assembly, without peace there is no health, and without health there is no peace. We need to address the global humanitarian crisis from a health perspective and make sure that national health systems are ready to deal with crises beyond borders and to receive and treat those escaping from war. Furthermore, armed conflicts bring consequences beyond bullets, as mentioned in the World Health 74.7 resolution at the 74th World Health Assembly. Attacks on medicine, medical, and health personnel result in long-lasting impacts, including the loss of life and human suffering, weakening the ability of health systems to deliver essential life-saving services, and produce setbacks for health development. In this regard, we recall the United Nations General Assembly Resolution 75/125 of the 11th of December of 2020 on the safety and security of humanitarian personnel and protection of UN personnel, as well as Resolution World Health Assembly 65.20 of 2012. Therefore, we commit to 1, establish the principles and guidelines identified during the Unite Global Summit 2022 for our advocacy work as Unite members and global health champions. 2, encourage multilateralism and international cooperation to strengthen health systems and improve pandemic preparedness, health financing, and universal health coverage to support sustainable health policies towards the achievement of the SDGs. 3, establish peer-to-peer collaboration from across regions under a common global health agenda, fostering international cooperation on pressing issues such as pandemic prevention, preparedness and response, global health security, health financing, research and development, equitable access to new and existing health tools, universal health coverage, fighting against HIV/AIDS, tuberculosis, malaria, and other infectious diseases, digital health, and the growing threat of microbial resistance, among others. 4, support and promote the participation of parliamentarians in the negotiation process around the future international agreement and promoting a whole of government and whole of society approach. 5, ensure an active cooperation and participation in the United Nations high-level meetings on pandemic prevention, preparedness and response, tuberculosis, and universal health coverage happening in 2023. 6, promote an equitable and rights-based health response agenda and identify, monitor, mitigate, and overcome stigma and discrimination and other human rights-related barriers to access health services. 7, support a health in all policies, that is HIAP approach, with the aim of collaborating across sectors to achieve common goals, ensuring a strategy to include health considerations in policy making across different sectors that influence health, such as transportation, agriculture, land use, housing, public safety, and education. It reaffirms the essential role of public policy in addressing determinants of health, including the need to have one health and planetary health approach to the decision-making process. 8, recognize that the WHO assumes a pivotal role in being the main source of information during global crisis, and therefore policymakers should find direct channels to make sure that policies at regional and national levels have a strong evidence-based support to better serve the citizens that they represent. And finally, 9, support the work of the WHO and advocate for a common agenda that ensures that policymakers have the right information at the right time to support better public health policies in their regional and national contexts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Tesua, for outlining the statement of intent from the Unite Global Summit, which I think clearly outlines the discussions and sessions that we've had for these 3 days, and will mobilize the members of parliament and, of course, all the Unite members towards our common goal of reaching universal health care and health equity. And so I imagine after this is signed and disseminated, this will be accessible to all the other members and the partners that have been following this summit closely. And so since we do have a full expert panel here, if you all agree, I will moderate from here, and then you each can give about a 5-minute intervention. And so I will begin now with Ms. Maureen Marengo, who is a member of the board of UNITAID. So Maureen, I kindly hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that is such a long declaration, and I'm hoping that when we meet again, we will have accomplished it, that it will not go to our inboxes or into our desks or the shelves, but we will be able to accomplish in partnership. I'll speak, of course, as a board member of UNITAID, but also as a member of community who benefits from the decisions you make around our health. So I really like the phrase that was made earlier today, that every time we lower the guard, the diseases come back with a vengeance. This is really powerful. If you didn't take anything from this summit, take that one home. That this this response is like a marathon. I come from Kenya. We have a history with marathon. And what our athletes do is that they sprint, first of all, to get a distance between them and the opponents, and then they maintain the tempo. So if the opponent comes with a speed, they also increase the speed. And if they breathe in, then the person can pass them. So it's usually a tempo that is not lowered. And I think this is the kind of tempo that we should have for these diseases. Like we did with COVID, we gave it a sprint, but we need to maintain the tempo. We should not lower our guard. And then also that most of you are in charge of budgetary decisions in your country. And it is important that even as we make these budgetary decisions, we prioritize the health of the people. Health is really critical. If people are healthy, a healthy society really builds on workforce that we can rely on systems, education systems we can rely on. The teacher will not be absent, or the students will not be absent during malaria seasons, or having a whole class getting TB and stuff like that. So I think budgets are good, and we really appreciate the work that Global Fund, UNITAID, PEPFAR have done in terms of investment, but domestic resources are also very, very critical for sustainability. If we don't put our money on the table, then we are unable to make sustainable decisions around the donations that we get externally. Someone mentioned human rights. Human rights are really critical in health policies. And we have seen programs that have succeeded because they were embedded on the need of the people rather than on just basic, what we call book knowledge. So we need to consider human rights in the policies we make, and ensure that we are also considering other inequities, such as gender and other economic inequities that hinder people from accessing health. Because when we talk about universal health, we talk about ensuring that everybody has access, regardless of which geographical part of the region they live in, or whatever tribe they are, or whatever gender they are. So I think this is something that we need to really consider. And then data, health policies and data. We haven't done so much in interpreting the data we get to inform some of the policies and programs that happen in our country. When data is interpreted correctly, we invest in the right things, and we create a lot of efficiencies in how we invest. And some of the tools that communities have used, such as the One Impact for TB, we have been able to really inform where the epidemic is and why it is rising in some region and lowering in some. And these are some of the tools that we really, really hope that we are going to use. And finally, community engagement. We are an integral part. We are the other part of the wheel. Once you have the commodities, you have healthcare providers, the communities, affected communities. We also bring in our expertise in various ways. We inform policies by leveraging our lived experience and informing what works best. And so engaging communities, we are really happy to work with members of parliament just to give you our perspective and what would work best in the policies and the intentions you make around health. We can also do community-led monitoring and use that data to inform if your oversight roles around health in the country level. So we are just hoping that this will not be the end of our engagement, and that we will strengthen and find avenues to work as communities who are affected with the diseases, to work closely with the members of parliament. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maureen. Moving on now, it's my pleasure to introduce Jorge Saavedra, who's the Executive Director of the AIDS Health Foundation Global Public Health Institute. Jorge, please.
Okay. I'm going to speak Spanish. Okay. Bueno, muchas gracias para AIDS Health
Thank you so much.
nutritivo estar con todos ustedes.
It was very interesting to be here with you over these 3 days and listen to all your proposals and analyses. We started as a community organization in the 1980s, and we provided hospice care when having AIDS was a death sentence. Then we started providing medical services, and now we're the largest HIV body in the world. We're in 45 countries. We have 75 collaborators, and we help smaller organizations, and we provide community service, especially in Africa. We're in Africa, Asia, Eastern Europe, Caribbean, and the United States, which is where we launched. And we were able to help solve other health problems, especially public health problems. And with the resources that we have, we were able to support other organizations like Unite. And so when Ricardo came to me in 2017 or 18 to see if we had the financial backup for his idea, we really liked his idea. But we weren't aware that this would grow like it has grown. We're very proud to help these parliamentarians. You know that over 3 days, there have been meetings in Geneva
Y ese, pues una vez que se revise, pues seguramente los parlamentos lo tendrán que ratificar.
Parliaments will have to ratify anything that comes out of Geneva. But yesterday, the window was closed for the non-members to contribute. Now, all contributions must be made through member states. And I think all parliamentarians have a role to play now. They need to add anything and everything they think is important. So the role of Unite is going to be very important over the next few days and over the next year. The good news, however, is that there will be enough money to keep supporting Unite over the next year. Except if I need to rent a plane, then it'll come off the budget. And in order not to miss my flight and not rent a plane, I'll have to leave now. Thank you very much. We're very motivated, and we'll keep supporting Unite and all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jorge, for providing that personal anecdote, and I know as a long-standing partner of Unite. And thank you for that quick intervention before now kicking off on a plane. And so it's my pleasure now to introduce an additional long-standing partner of Unite, Professor Jeffrey Lazarus, who is the co-director of the Viral and Bacterial Infectious Program at IS Global, to speak on science as a tool for parliamentarians to act. So,
well, thank you very much for the introduction, Victoria. Thank you, Ricardo, and the entire Unite team for the invitation to be here and take just a few minutes of your time. You've already invested 3 days into this meeting and almost 3 years into fighting the pandemic. So I'm just going to really tell you a personal anecdote that I hope will serve your purposes. It's about a process and it's about an outcome. I define myself as an infectious disease researcher, but also really as a researcher advocate. And a year and a half ago, with all of the different recommendations and declarations. And here we just heard another one that was really excellent. But already a year and a half ago, I thought, how will parliamentarians, policymakers, decision makers be able to make sense of all this? Some of the recommendations are contradictory. Some are not very actionable. Some are just plain confusing and unrealistic. Some are very long-term. Some are very near-term. So I started making a list of these recommendations. And I thought if we could make a list of 10, 15 key recommendations, bring a couple of experts together and put that forward to parliamentarians and decision makers, it would be a useful tool for what we needed to do at that time in the summer of 2021. WHO has said we're still in the emergency phase of the pandemic, and in 2021 we were even more so, in part given the challenges in producing and distributing vaccines and taking a larger vaccines plus approach, because it's not just about vaccination. So I started making that list. And as I made the list about what to do, I realized I'm just an epidemiologist, I'm just a researcher who doesn't know everything. I don't know exactly how the virus is transmitted. I don't even know exactly what treatments work best. So each time I had a question, I reached out to an expert around the world. I went to the corresponding authors of various articles. I went to people I knew. I went to institutions I knew. And I said, how do we prevent transmission? And there was debate. Do face masks work? Is it really airborne? And I realized that before we could make recommendations, we needed a global consensus on how we understand the pandemic, how we understand COVID-19. So we decided to start working on a consensus statement, and I snowballed. And from 5 to 10 people, including Ricardo, suddenly there were 40 experts from 25 countries agreeing on statements that virus is airborne. Face masks do work. Very simple things. Vaccines work, but we need to do more than vaccinate. You mentioned, Honorable Parliamentarian, the importance of a whole of government approach, a whole of society approach. One of the big failings we've had is not listening to the population, not engaging with communities, not understanding where there's disagreement and dissent and how we can overcome that. So as we started working on this, we reached out to a journal and they said, this is a great idea, but is this going to be another article with another 40 experts? Let's make this truly global. So we decided to expand it. We reached out to over 600 people and soon became almost 400 people working on a consensus statement that I won't give you all the details, but this is about science. We're through a Delphi process, 3 rounds. We agreed on 47 statements. After we agreed on the statements, we started making recommendations and reached 57 recommendations. Not everyone agrees with every statement. Not everyone agrees with every recommendation, but we show that the disagreement. We also show the percentage of people who felt they weren't qualified, because not one person is able to respond to every aspect of the pandemic. So it truly shows how our systems have failed, not just our health system, but our social welfare system, how our economic agreements have not been fit for purpose. And Jorge mentioned that the IMB is meeting right now, and in the last deliberations, there's already a split between countries that want to move quickly to reach consensus, others that want to put more of an emphasis on transfers to low and middle income countries, and others that realize we need to really make sure that there is an enforcement mechanism in this new pandemic treaty. Otherwise, we're going to end up where we are with IHR and other processes, other agreements that have accountability that may even be legally binding, but really aren't being enforced. So really, in conclusion, we came up with this set of recommendations, these consensus recommendations on 7 key domains to address in order to end the pandemic as a public health threat. And I hope parliamentarians will look to this. It's been published in Nature. Unite has formally endorsed it, as did 180 organizations in the first week, within just 1 week, just prior to publication. And in the first month of publication, it's become one of the 700 most shared articles of all time. So we need to please take a look at it, tell us what we can do better, and tell us which statements and recommendations work from you, so that together we can end the pandemic as a public health threat and use scientific tools to reach consensus recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeff. And I think really underscoring an important point and what has been a theme through this whole summit, which is how do we work together with other experts and stakeholders. It's parliamentarians and scientists, not everyone has all the answers, and how to outline it in key points that is useful for parliamentarians. So I think certainly Unite will disseminate this information further as well for the guests and the participants. And so another key stakeholder for parliamentarians is, of course, civil society and local organizations. And so it is my pleasure to now introduce Luís Mendel, who is chairman of the board for GAT Portugal, a local activist group for HIV. So, Luís.
Okay, thank you. Again, what I would like to focus in 2 points is that we created an organization in Portugal that is a non-governmental organization focusing on HIV, hepatitis, TB, STIs in key groups, but also in vaccines and in preventive medical tools. Also, again, on addiction and mental health in these key groups that are most affected, more vulnerable and more marginalized. Our principle was to use the best evidence available, the best knowledge available, but also to contribute to needed research and development, be it in knowledge in different aspects of what we do, be it in developing new medical tools, preventive for treatment or for diagnostics. And it's the question of the diagnostics is a very urgent one, where we are still having huge difficulties. And to make at very grassroots level services that we were wanting that this National Health Service would provide. So we thought we'll do pilots, and then if it works and it's monitored, transparent, the impact on health, the cost effectiveness, etc., then the National Health Service should replicate them. We ended up on creating services that go along, and only in 5 years ago, with the new CEO of the SNS, we were able to have a memorandum of understanding and cooperation with the SNS to get some financement for our health services. The second thing is that advocacy, it's very important. So it's one of the things that we try to do together with our daily work. It's to promote an agenda with the decisions and also a research agenda with the academic institutions. And this is very important because I think that the involvement of the communities and of the civil society in the research gives a perspective and put problems that sometimes the pure researchers are not looking at. Then a commitment. I think I can speak both on behalf of GAT, both on behalf of the network, of the community network of Lusophone partners that we got coordinate in the 7 Lusophone countries, but also on behalf of Coalition Plus, on behalf of the European AIDS Treatment Group and AIDS Action Europe, that are organizations that we are members of. That Unite, it's something that we cherish and that we are disponible, I don't know if it exists, Okay, available. Yes, oh, we have a francophone thing. To what you need, and also to discuss with you in small groups and things about what do we think about the work that you do. I reaffirm that the work of the parliament is essential. The former parliamentarians are also essential. Indeed, we did work a lot in Portugal with some of them. And I think your agenda, I saw huge, marvelous agenda, very difficult to follow everything that you have. I would subscribe entirely to what is said there. And the other point for you, Unite, is that you, in your declarations, in your positions in the parliament, etc., if you are convinced that the meaningful involvement of the communities and of the people who live with the diseases, even to deliver services, are essential, then the governments and the ministers of health, etc., need to put in place programs that ensure this involvement. And it's much more difficult than what you could imagine. I'm fighting, and I'm finishing, as Ricardo says, I'm always saying it 15 minutes before, but this is will not be 15 minutes. And I'm fighting with GATT and in the other international and European organizations where we are members, that we, civil society, we communities, we people living with HIV or hepatitis, etc., also need to be accountable, transparent, that we are monitored for the efficiency of what we do, so we can claim that we are a critical stakeholder like many of the multilateral organizations do. Thank you to AIDS Healthcare Foundation. In 2012, we were in a very difficult crisis and money was not there, and the support of AIDS Healthcare Foundation was critical for the survival of some services in GATT. And the other thing to UNITED is that I'm surviving because there was research, development, and innovation, and because I was living in the right part of the world, and I had access into 1996 or 95, I don't remember very well, to the most efficient drugs. We have a development system of medicines that needs to ensure that there is two equities. Equity around in between countries, and it's still not the case, and so UNITED is playing a very important role, but also equity inside the countries. Because what we see in Portugal, because I know it quite well, is that access and quality of care is not the same for everyone. So this is my contribution to your work, and thank you.
Thank you, Luigi, for underscoring something that has been repeated, throughout, especially this last day, that policies without adequate implementation are meaningless. And of course, civil society and affected communities must be an essential stakeholder that parliamentarians engage with in order to implement any policies. So thank you for that intervention. And then now, it is my pleasure to introduce my esteemed colleague and co-founder of the Virchow Foundation for Global Health, who will provide an introduction on our new foundation, and of course our partnership with Unite as well. So Roland Goede, co-founder of the Virchow Foundation. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, my dear friend Ricardo, honorable members of parliament, distinguished participants. It's a great honor and pleasure for having been so kindly invited to address you. Of all the forms of inequality, injustice in healthcare is the most shocking and inhuman. This quote from Martin Luther King dates back to 1966, and if now, almost 6 decades later, we do not move in even more dynamically and substantially closer to health equity, we will undoubtedly fail to eliminate existing inequalities also in almost all other critical areas. Health and well-being are the goods valued most highly and importantly by every individual and by society as a whole. Across borders, cultures, religions, and genders, health is a human right, and health for all is a prerequisite for thriving socio-economic development, education, a flourishing culture, diversity, freedom, justice, and peace. This is already enshrined in the core of the DNA of the SDGs, but under the magnifying glass of COVID-19, the pandemic and its aftermath have dramatically demonstrated this interconnectedness on a global scale and made the extent of direct interdependencies in our only one world even much clearer. Parliamentarians play a crucial role and bear large responsibility for shaping and vitalizing the various pillars of healthcare, education, justice, economic development, cooperation, and many other areas. We have come to understand that more than ever, we specifically need to intensify our focus on the intersections, overlaps, and areas of interaction. And more than ever, therefore, political leadership has to imperatively focus on systemic strategies from a holistic perspective. And this must go along with maximum transparency in the design of relevant policies and mechanisms while ensuring sufficient funding, all embedded in the right and appropriate legislation. What a challenge. Only then it will be possible to dynamize and accelerate working towards the health-related SDGs, despite the immense global challenges caused by the current overlap and superimposition of worldwide dramatic crisis. When it comes to a role model and inspiration for taking on and successfully overcoming the growing complex challenges in healthcare and other areas of our modern civilization, please allow me to highlight, and this will not come as complete surprise to you considering the organization I'm representing, Rudolf Virchow. Virchow was a great scientist, physician, pathologist, pathological anatomist, anthropologist, prehistorian, ethnologist, archaeologist, sociologist, and influential politician whose ideas, discoveries, and activities had a profound lasting impact on the health and well-being of people in his time up to the present day. So Virchow combined in one person interdisciplinary, intersectoral, and humanistic commitment necessary to improve public and global health. He had a holistic view of the human being and of society represented in medicine that was both scientifically and socially oriented. Just to say, some have concluded that Virchow cannot be the name of a single person, but must be the name of a collective of workaholics living at the turn of the century. With his famous statement, medicine is a social science and politics is nothing more than medicine on a grand scale, he brought highest attention to the interplay of all medical, political, economic, and social determinants in order to achieve sustainable and universal improvement in health. And as our call for increased engagement in global health grows louder, it is logical, absolutely consistent, and also necessary that we sufficiently recognize outstanding contributions and lifetime achievements by making them visible on a global scale in most prestigious manner. A high-ranking award named after a scientist of the standing of Virchow can therefore contribute to our common goals in a very special way, highly effective and with great efficiency. And this is particularly the case because such a broad-based prize inspired by and so strongly oriented toward the SDGs has not existed before. With the goal to become comparable to other international prizes of very high rank, not to mention any names, but having in common noble goals, the Virchow Prize for Global Health was launched through establishing the non-profit Virchow Foundation for Global Health on October 13th last year to symbolically celebrate the 200th birthday of Rudolf Virchow at that day. And this has been achieved together with my fellow esteemed co-founder, presidents of the German National Academy of Sciences, Leopoldina, Berlin-Brandenburg Academy of Sciences and Humanities, the World Health Summit founding president and a leading publisher, as well as with the support of parliamentarians and more than 40 international global health experts engaging in honorary functions in the Board of Trustees, the Council, and the Independent Virchow Prize Committee. And thanks to this new award, just recently, global health for the first time has made it onto the agenda of a plenary session of the German Parliament. The inaugural Virchow Prize for Global Health, under high patronage of the German federal president, endowed with 500,000 euros, has been awarded on 15th October to Dr. John Kangasong for his exceptional contributions to improve global health through scientific, societal, and political innovations. John was one of the key individuals to establish main global health dynamics and infrastructures in the global south. He successfully developed and implemented health-promoting governance and cooperation that improves health and individual well-being on a global scale, with a particular focus on vulnerable populations, which he now supports even through the donation of all his prize money. And today, I'm cordially inviting you, your governments, and your organizations to support the Virchow Prize, which is intended to be carried and to rest on our broad global health community shoulders. Also, I would like to emphasize that parliamentarians are explicitly listed among the qualified nominators, and given the broad coverage of the prize and the eligibility criteria, they also can become laureates themselves, by the way. And the current nomination phase runs until March 31st, 2023. Whether it's health, climate, food security, education, or other areas anchored in the SDGs, only with true equity we will be able to save our planet Earth. And since true equity thus ultimately benefits everyone, it can solely be achieved if we manage to shape the future together over sectors and disciplines, which are the heart of the last of the 17 SDGs. Exactly in this respect, UNITE is delivering a blueprint of inviting and involving all stakeholder groups to working together and jointly taking action. The MOU signed between UNITE and WHO at the World Health Summit in October and the MOU with German Health Alliance are among the examples underlining how successfully UNITE connects and works together with various other sectors, including the private sector. And I'm very excited and grateful to be allowed announcing today a close partnership agreement also between UNITE and the Virchow Foundation, which will be signed soonest. So I'm almost through. Looking at consistency, continuity, and coherence, I regard UNITE and also the International Forum on Global Health being among the most impressive structural innovations that show how we should work together. As the constituents who gave you as our parliamentarians the mandate to represent us, to act with purpose, we look to you and appeal to your role, because whether we will achieve the health-related SDGs depends critically on how global health policies are shaped. But only calling is of course far from enough. That's why, and this is a firm promise, you can count on. We are here staying fully available, staying by your side, staying closely together to take joint action to achieve the health-related SDGs. To me, this is the core message of the past 3 summit days, which has been underpinned with tangible proposals and recommendations of translating strategies to implementation. I would especially like to commend you, Ricardo, UNITE, and your partners and supporters for your incomparable and successful leadership in this absolutely crucial achievement. I would like to thank you all for your very kind attention, especially for being with me at the almost very last and maybe longest speech of the 3-day highly inspiring and enlightening summit, but now concluding with the gist of an Arabic proverb made famous by Victorian philosopher Thomas Carlyle, and honoring women engaged in health, I will deliberately turn the saying to a female version. She who has health has hope, and she who has hope has everything. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Roland, and especially highlighting, that partnerships underscores all of the work and discussions and activities, and I think the summit especially. And without partnerships, we cannot achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and health equity and universal health care. So we conclude now to our closing session. I know I said that everyone should sit, but it feels maybe more appropriate if you come up to close the summit. Okay. But I leave it up to you. As founding president of Unite Global Parliamentarians Network, Ricardo Baptiste Leite.
Thank you. So I have a 1-hour speech for all of you. Well, first of all, I want to thank Victoria for hosting us for these 3 days. You've been doing a great job. Now you're working with Roland and the Virchow Foundation. You were our executive director here at Unite. We're very proud to see former people who have worked and led our organization prosper and grow and continue to fight for global health. And in this room, we have two former executive directors. We have Victoria, we have Amish, and we're very proud to see your work continue. A very special thank you to Eleanor Silva, our current executive director, who has led, who's right there in the back. And of course, to the whole team, Lucas Chambel, who coordinated the summit, and the whole team are really... And of course, a very special thank you to our partners, without whom this would not be possible. And a very special thank you to the members of parliament who have come from around the world. So, obrigado, thank you, gracias, danke, merci beaucoup, дякую, is Ukrainian also. We also had a Ukrainian MP. And a very special thank you to my dear friends who flew in. Jeff and Roland, you flew in specifically for this closing session. We are very grateful for those efforts. And of course, Maureen, Luis, and so many representatives of civil society who have come here to, along with academia, with scientists, with our international organization partners, to come together with parliamentarians who we represent, current and former members of parliaments, congresses, and senates, to assure our firm commitment to global health, and doing so, saying that we as representatives of the people stand for the people, by the people, with the people. And this means that we are fighting for better health for all of those citizens that we represent. And by protecting their health, we are promoting well-being, and by promoting well-being, we are pushing for sustainable development. And this is the only way to achieve long-term sustainable prosperity. And that is what the Sustainable Development Goals are all about. It's reaching 2030 with all of these very ambitious 17 goals hit one after the other, to be able that future generations can have the ambition to be born into a world where no matter where they are born in the world, they can achieve their full potential, and in which well-being is a given. It's what we all should be working for together. And yes, we are coming out of a pandemic. It has pushed us, it has pulled us back in many of these goals. We have discussed this throughout the first day, and there is a lot of work that needs to be done. Fortunately, scientists like Jeff, with the recommendations that came out, are guiding the way for us policymakers to make the right decisions in the future. But we need to learn those lessons, and what we were discussing on day one around the leadership that WHO is taking in terms of the pandemic treaty. It is so important for all of us to now, as members of UNITE, having participated here, to speak with our colleagues in our country, in other countries. There are too many parliamentarians that don't even know that this negotiation is happening. And we need to be part of this negotiation, because as was said on day one, we will be the ones ratifying that treaty when it comes to our parliaments, to our countries. And we are the ones that will need to keep our governments accountable to doing what the treaty tells them to do. Because that is the only way to prevent the next pandemic, to make sure the next outbreak does not become a pandemic. And if, God forbid, it does become a pandemic, we are better prepared. And that's what it's all about. It's getting the job done. And that's what we, as I said today earlier, we as the first line of defense, as policymakers, we have that power within our office, within the representation that the people have entrusted in us to lead the way. On day two, we saw the importance of strengthening health systems, of investing in digital health and in the digital transition, not just to go from analogic to digital, but actually to use technology to help us leapfrog to the future. For low and middle income countries to avoid the mistakes that many of the richer countries have committed. For us in the richer countries to be more humble and to learn with those that are innovating on the ground due to the lack of resources, having to find new ways to progress. To be able to strengthen our health systems, to say that universal health coverage is a prerequisite, as was said here, for economic growth and development. And this is something that is very clear message, and today our regional dialogue, I think, contributed, showing that universal health coverage is something that is common to all of us, but we need to take, because we all come from different cultural backgrounds, we all have different realities in our countries, and that is what UNITE has to do. It's being that bridge from science to policy and to adapting to each country, to each region, to each locality, to make sure that every person in the world has the response that they need when it comes to health. And on day 3, we touched upon not a small thing that we have done. And it is now our mission to go back home and to continue delivering that message and to delivering the legislation that can translate it in practical terms for the people. And that is what UNITE is all about. It's providing you the tools to make sure that you can translate science into policy. But it's also providing you the bridges to the partners that can help you guide the way, to support you even technically when it is needed to get the laws done, to get the budgets, to get the money where it's needed, to get the policies in place, to keep your governments accountable, and to keep civil society and the people engaged in your activities so that we can work together in this concept, this vision of health in all of government, as Jeff was talking, about health in all policies, understanding that health and well-being is only possible if we include more than the health sector. And this is a very important conclusion of our summit, that we need parliamentarians from the Economic Affairs Committee, from the Transportation Committee, from the Infrastructures Committee, from the Educational Committee, from the Environment Committee, because everything is interconnected. We cannot discuss climate change without talking about its impact on health. We cannot talk about economic development without ensuring that we have a healthy population to start with. And so, understanding all of the determinants of health and well-being are a guiding principle to make sure that we apply the policies that are needed. And most importantly, as parliamentarians, I've said this on day 1 and I want to repeat it, we are the ones that ensure that those that do not have a voice in our countries have a voice when it really matters. Nelson Mandela said that you must judge a nation by the way they treat those that are the lowest citizens, which I would say are the most vulnerable. And having started my career as a doctor in infectious diseases, and having dealt with many patients living with HIV, with tuberculosis, with viral hepatitis, that was the first moment I really understood that I was very privileged growing up, that we live in a world where there are people that society pushes away, that keeps on the margins because we cannot deal with those huge inequities, those that are in more privileged positions. And so as parliamentarians, our first commitment are to those that do not have that voice. And I want to ask you all, going home, as we all go home with this commitment to fight for health, that we fight for all people, starting for those that do not have that voice. And I know we can do it. I believe in the words that were said in the very long declaration, I agree. But it's a powerful declaration. And it's one that I think will guide us in future relationships with all of our different partners. And it was mentioned here today, our Memorandum of Understanding with WHO. I would also like to acknowledge Lisa Scalera, who is here, because we have a couple months ahead of intense negotiations when it comes to our work plan. It's translating words into actions, because actions is what actually can change people's lives. So you all know how I like to end my speeches when talking on behalf of UNITE. I like to say it's time to unite. You all want to go home, so I'm just going to ask you for this one last piece of help. When I say it's time to, you all have to respond, unite. It's time to
unite.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
And with that, it is my honor to officially close the Unite Global Summit 2022. A heartfelt thank you on behalf of the Unite team for the members of parliament, guests, civil society organizations, everybody that contributed to making this truly a successful 3-day summit. So good evening, thank you, and we'll see you next time.